Погнали наших городских. Ты чё, блядь, уснул, что ли? Да, походу уснул. Бывает, бывает. Так, что мы тут должны сделать-то? Пройти какое-то подземелье?
I need to reposition that pillar to climb out of here. Perhaps the archway is the answer. pillar is blocking the path. I'll need to move it. Is there any way to reposition this archway?
Да, любопытненько. boss. Ah. Слабаки.
I believe I need to proceed to the left here, but how? Hitting those marks readjusts the archways. Perhaps there's a way forward from the other side of this one. Is it possible to pull one of those blocks through the archway?
Я хорош. Не, действительно я хорош. Да. Не работает. Ну хардвер, ребят, вы слабаки, вам... М.
Repair.
Ха. Не работает! Не работает ваше заклинание, сударь. Дали заклинание, а сделать, чтобы оно работало везде, не сделали. Сейчас бой, что ли, будет? Интересно, зачем такое заклинание делать? Оно так вот ухилялось. Ой. Понятно. Как мало жизни-то отнимает. Super fine. Ой, ну, знаете, это уже, честно говоря, очень скучно. Прям пипец как скучно. Как посмотреть бы что-нибудь это... Так, подожди. Вот таких боссов делать это тоже, если такой просто очень сложно. Ой.
What a relief.
Что я могу здесь найти? А можно тебя личико подправить, побрить немножко? Нет, нельзя. Давайте сделаем глазницы. Одна глазница. А? Эх, исчезла. Нет. Нельзя. Вот это воспоминанится-то воспоминанится. А разве не надо капельку туда?
Do come in. Please, have a seat.
Isadora, we are all most intrigued to hear.
We're ready. I've something to show you. Father, these are my colleagues from Hogwarts. Father hasn't spoken since my brother died.
Обет
On my
молчания.
travels, I confirm that which I've always believed. That we have the power to take away pain.
Удалить, что ли, его чувства? Стереть ему воспоминания. А, слушай, она, походу, реально это нашла.
Isadora. What have you done?
I took his pain.
This is uncharted magic, Isadora. You can only see what has been sealed in the jar, and we do not know what power that may hold. But the traces of that magic are different from what I've seen before.
Thank you.
А почему нельзя было просто воспоминания забрать? Так, чё, куда теперь-то? А?
You're back. And in one piece, no less. It is good to see you again.
Professor Rookwood told me about what happened at Rookwood Castle.
In light of the dire circumstances in which we find ourselves, it is most fortunate that someone so competent is following this path.
Thank you, Professor. I shall keep this second artifact safe, as you've advised.
Good. Are you ready to move on?
What was the glowing stand that Isadora pulled from her father's chest?
It was pain. You will understand more about her actions as you complete the trials.
I'm ready for whatever comes next.
In that case, introductions are in order.
Allow me to introduce former Hogwarts headmistress, Neve Fitzgerald.
Интересно, сколько там было женщин в руководстве и мужчин?
How do you do? I must say that I was not entirely surprised to learn that a student had been completing the trials. I've always believed Hogwarts students capable of anything they set their minds to.
Thank you, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
I am certain that you are more than capable of completing my trial. However, I must first, how shall I say, prepare the location of your next trial.
We trust your judgment, Professor Fitzgerald. You should know better than anyone how to manage the inconvenience of, well...
A vainglorious and exasperating headmaster? Indeed I should. I shall confirm that everything is in order immediately.
Of course. Professor Fitzgerald needs some time to clear the way forward. Until then, you should continue to hone your magic. If you learn more about Ranrock and Victor Rookwood's activities in the meantime, please let us know.
Very well, Professor.
Да. Как
I
может
know,
призрак
I know.
подготовить что-то?
Continue to hone my magic.
You do learn quickly. Hopefully you will soon hear from Lodgok as well, and we shall learn how he fared with the helmet you retrieved. Well done today, as always. We shall speak again soon.
Как все развивается. О, зима наступила. Сейчас мы будут сбор начнем опять. Я только не помню, как там замок-то это назывался, который мы давали письма.
I suspect you are the one who has been interfering with a rather personal matter. The demiguise statues, and the moons contained therein, were placed as they were for good reason. You should not meddle in the personal affairs of others.
Natty told me about your run-in with the poachers. I have some news about them as well. Can you meet me soon? I fear that some of what I uncovered has to do with you.
I don't think Mr. Pemberton meant to use his own stationery. He knows something about those demiguise moons. He's in Hogsmeade, apparently. Perhaps I shall pay him a visit.
I have been asked to teach you the exploding charm, Bombarda. Once you have completed the tasks I've set forth, speak to me after class.
Сейчас мы как возьмем. Интересно, еще долго играть? Ну-ка. А, не то сделал. А, ну почти половина. Рейтрейсинг так и не завязали. А ведь несколько патчей выходило. А нет, что-то есть, смотри. Это, мне кажется, не рейтрейсинг, хотя, может, рейтрейсинг. Я вроде уже открыл все три. Давай, это пойдем. Так, это мне вниз надо или вверх? Вообще, где этот значок? Может, я туда телепортнуться? Ау, дай-ка мы туда телепортнемся. О, кот проснулся. А это не то озеро, где Гарри это... Стоп. Поплыли. Ячейки полно запасов. На кой черт они здесь сделали ограниченное количество? Я вот это вообще никак не пойму. Кто-нибудь объясните мне, какой в этом был сакральный смысл? Как нам выплыть, полететь? У нас недостаточно места, чтобы призвать еще один, что? Совсем? Ой. Прикольно.
Abandoned long ago, no doubt.
Is Highwing all right? Natty told me what the two of you did.
Highwing's fine. I'm keeping an eye on her. She's safe, Poppy, I promise.
Good. Whatever the poachers are up to, I want Highwing far from it.
You said you had news about the poachers, and that some of it had to do with me.
It did. I overheard them talking in the Hogshead, and did you know that they have orders from Victor Rookwood to capture you on sight? Does this have anything to do with Rookwood and Harlow coming for you in the Three Broomsticks after the troll attack?
It does, somewhat. But at the moment, I'm more concerned about what else you heard the poachers are up to.
Fair enough. But I hope you'll let me know if I can be of help, especially after what you did for Highwing. Does the name Horntail Hall mean anything to you?
I'm afraid not. Why? What is it?
The poachers' best kept secret, apparently. The name came up twice, but they never went into detail. I also overheard one of them bragging about all the gold they're making, at the expense of innocent creatures, undoubtedly. The poachers spoke of this area, and I thought if we searched around a bit, it might give us clues as to what they're doing. If you ever meet my Gran, this trip never happened.
Keeping things from Gran, are we?
I normally tell her everything. She might be my best friend after Highwing, but she knows how I feel about the poachers. I think she worries I'll do something ill-advised.
Whatever gave her that idea?
This way. A centaur. Tread carefully.
An entire castle to roam, yet you choose to wander here.
Please, we don't want any trouble. We're simply passing through.
Do you take us for fools? That we do not notice more and more of your kind around here, in league with the poachers?
We aren't involved with them. If anything, we want to see them stopped.
I hope for your sake that is true. Our kind is swiftly losing patience with the poachers and those they work with.
Ладно, продолжим наше путешествие. Для ускорения, так
He was
сказать.
certainly a charmer.
That could have gone worse. Centaurs aren't exactly fans of wizard kind, and the poachers aren't helping
Кентавры
matters.
настолько тупые, что не могут
But why
бы
would he think that we
браконьеров
had
от
anything to
волшебника
do with
отличить?
poachers?
Ладно,
I
не
did
так.
notice the poachers talking
Браконьеров.
with a
А нет
few villagers in
браконьеров.
Hogsmeade. I'm not sure why. Perhaps that's why the centaurs are suspicious. That's the third time I've seen a dugbog behave that violently.
It seems that a lot of beasts have been more aggressive than usual lately.
I've noticed that too. It's almost like there's something in the water. This is odd.
What is it?
Not entirely sure, but look around. If the poachers were here, perhaps we can find out why.
Revelio. Why wouldn't they take their cages with them when they left?
А может, возможно, сюда вернуться потом.
Pelts. Poor beasts.
Ты в курсах, что из этих шкур тебе одежду шьют? Правда, ты не в такой одежде ходишь.
Still smoking. They can't have been gone long. Revelio.
Вот опять я всякого говна набрал.
This is goblin metal. Seems out of place in a poacher camp. I should tell Poppy about it. Revelio.
Ты, боже мой, да что ж ты пьешь-то везде, где не валяется? То есть тебя не удивляет то, что до этого главарь хотя он не браконьер. Ну какая разница, если только что сказали, что браконьеры договорились с этим креном, чтобы тебя поймать. Значит, я с ним не с гоблинами буду. А чё ты со мной не пошла разведывать?
Anything interesting?
Удивишься.
Poachers were here, all sorts of evidence. But I found something else. It's goblin made.
I found goblin armor. Let's keep searching, but carefully. Merlin only knows what's going on here. I don't have a good feeling about this. How do goblin and poacher interests align?
Look, down there.
Definitely poachers. No creatures though. So what are they doing out here?
Let's
Давай
take a
просто
closer
пойдем.
look.
They won't be happy to see us. Should we use disillusionment? Or perhaps a less discreet approach?
Hard to say from up here. Let's get a better lay of the land.
You can't keep your eye.
Я могу, конечно, просто перебить их всех.
What was that?
Вау!
Back to his. Shall we finish? The lad returns to the wolves.
What have you done? I shall make much of you.
Merlin, you think they were guarding the Minister for Magic himself? What is going on here?
Only one way to find
А
out.
вот это восстановить можно.
Revelio.
Ну, мозг красиво нравится.
Revelio.
Палатка опять будет большая.
What in Merlin's name? Are those dragons? It's a dragon fighting ring. This is Horntail Hall.
The name makes sense now. And the secrecy.
No wonder the poachers were in Hogsmeade so much. Likely taking bets and spreading the word, given how crowded it is here. How could they possibly enjoy this? The centaurs have every right to be disgusted with wizard kind. There must be more dragons here. The poachers are far too greedy to run a fighting ring with only 2 dragons. We should take advantage of most eyes being in the fight and look around. But be discreet. You especially can't afford to be spotted.
Bam!
Now you're just getting on my nerves.
Revelio.
Ты чё, как мне оттуда выйти?
Have you heard from your family? Has either of your brothers come round?
А вот по башке мешком как тебе, а? А вот ты вот так вот. Где?
Did you hear those goblins? Ramrock and the poachers must be working together.
Poppy, something's going on behind you. Revelio.
What's going on down there? They must have only just captured her. She's putting up quite the fight.
Not a fair one, though. Not with her chained up like that.
Let's even her, shall we? Look, they've got a dragon egg. Hebridean from the looks of it. We can't leave it here, not with the plans they likely have for it.
Aloha Mora.
Это, честно говоря, так вот отстойно смотрится. Мы на следующей неделе в Дигал было поиграем. А ручки не боишься обжечь?
All right, I have the egg.
Ready. The element of surprise will only buy us a few seconds.
Let's make them count.
Все, что нужно, чтобы убить вот этого персонажа, это просто где-нибудь оставить отравленным. И все. И такой, вау, бах, бах. Но. Чем я еще могу? Бах! Больше. Он. Скажи спасибо, что я запретными заклинаниями пользуюсь, я только не крепкий. Интересно, а каким? Как считывается? Кто может кирпичом в лицо выдать? А кто нет? А вот так вот не хочется.
You're the one we're looking for, and you brought a friend.
А ты в курсах, что я в другом направлении стоял? Тут их тут много больно, а? Бам. Нафиг ты свою собаку-то поджег, а? Где? Кто еще? Сожри его. Предсказуемо. А почему эти... Ты не боишься, что тебя сейчас сожрут?
This way.
That was a Hebridean black.
I'm guessing the egg we have belongs to that dragon.
I don't think she knew they had her egg. She wouldn't have left without it.
What now? She didn't exactly leave us a calling card.
I don't know. Nothing about this day was expected. Not the goblins, and definitely not the fighting ring. The last thing I planned on was a dragon egg. And the poachers saw us, which cannot be good.
Should we expect trouble from the poachers, given the trouble we just caused?
It would be foolish not to expect it. They're not a forgiving lot. I'm sorry to say that you likely have a larger target on your back now because of what we just did.
Since the dragon we freed flew off, does that mean we get to keep the egg?
I'd much rather we have it than the poachers, at least for now. But I don't think we should keep it indefinitely. It'll be hard hiding something like this from Professor Weasley for long.
Я и без тебя мог справиться.
We aren't helping ourselves standing here. Let's get to safety. We can sort this out later.
You're right. If there's anything the poachers are good at, it's tracking their prey. And right now, we're it. Be careful, won't you? I shall see you back at the castle.
I've been studying Salazar Slytherin's spellbook. Meet me in the Undercroft. Found something.
It's time you learned the transformation spell. After you've completed the required tasks, which I'm certain will prove useful in finishing your field guide, attend my class to learn the new spell. Afterwards, we will discuss your progress thus far in the term.
Очки одни и те же. Так. А где это? Коллекция талантов, инвентарь. Может, жабу туда закинуть? А как? Вас кормить надо так-то, Б. Так, а как высвободить? Так. А у меня кто, мальчик? Я вот не знаю, надо ли мне здесь девочка.
Everything's all right now.
Странно. Мальчик, девочка, мальчик, девочка. А как мне туда попасть? Так, подожди, это что? Это крыло. Я чуть не понимаю, как туда попасть. Сюда перемещусь.
You'll never believe what I...
What did you discover in the spellbook we found in the scriptorium?
Salazar Slytherin's spellbook was a little difficult to interpret, but fascinating. Evidently, he encouraged teaching dark magic at Hogwarts. Neither the Imperious Curse nor the Killing Curse was unforgivable during his time. He believed students should be prepared to use dark magic when necessary, not to fear it. That's why we had to use Crucio to gain access to the scriptorium. He didn't want his knowledge shared with anyone who was afraid of the power of dark magic.
I know we had to do it to open the scriptorium, but it's not something I'd want to repeat.
And I'm glad we did it, because in the spellbook I also found something else. References to a lost relic, which, from what I can tell, grants the holder the power to reverse dark magic curses.
And you think this relic might be able to save Anne?
Precisely. I plan to search for this relic, but I don't think we should tell anyone. Especially Ominous. He wouldn't understand.
I see no reason to involve Ominous.
I'm glad you agree. When I know more, I shall send an owl. And don't feel sorry for Ominous. Keeping this to ourselves for now is for his own good.
I'll decide what's for my own good.
Ominous, we were just about to get some air. Care to join?
You're a liar, Sebastian. I heard everything. You swore you'd never engage in anything to do with dark magic again.
No, I didn't. I said I understood you wanting that. I'd never swear to give up on finding a cure for Anne.
You don't know when to stop, do you?
I know when not to stop. Leave this alone, Ominous. I'll be on my way.
I am not letting this go.
Ominous, Sebastian meant well.
I know what I heard. You knew I wouldn't agree with this. Going after that relic is not a good idea. Sebastian doesn't even realize it, but he's as irresponsible and reckless now as his parents were years ago. It's why they died.
I knew his parents died, but I never heard what happened.
Mr. and Mrs. Sallow were professors. Spent nearly every waking moment in the cellar library. Noses buried in books. Anne and Sebastian were upstairs when it happened. They heard a sudden crash and ran downstairs, but it was too late. Their parents had crumpled to the floor. A defect with the lamp in the cellar caused the room to fill with an undetectable toxin. Sebastian and Anne were helpless. They had no magic yet.
What a horrible story.
It is. That's why I can't understand Sebastian's recklessness. I've practically lost Anne. I cannot lose Sebastian too. Please avoid anything to do with that spellbook.
Some references Sebastian mentioned in the book do worry me.
I'm glad you understand. I hope Sebastian pursues this no further. But if you think he might, please let me know. It would mean a lot.
Так, и что теперь?
My mother would like to speak with me. I believe she has learned about some of what we've been up to. I'm hoping she may be easier on me if you are there.
Can we meet at the Three Broomsticks? It may finally be safe since we rescued the dragon from Horntail Hall.
Aloha, Mora.
Please do be mindful where you walk, won't you?
Here. Leviosa. Revelio.
Oh.
What's wrong with you, Susan? Afraid of a serpent?
Так, и чё, кто?
Deek would like to talk with you when you have a moment.
Hello, Deke. Professor Weasley said you wanted to tell me more about the loom.
Ah, hello. Yes, about that. Deek has had a thought. He...
Теперь я смогу строить свой собственный дом.
Seems the room thinks you need more space for your beasts. As Deek was saying, he's had a thought. Now, Deek knows how you can test the item of clothing that you enhanced in the enchanted loom. And perhaps help an old friend in the process.
What do you mean?
A house elf named Tobbs works for his master, retrieving leech juice in a cave near Hogwarts. Tobbs' master doesn't let him leave the cave, and Deek knows the cave is infested with spiders.
That sounds awful.
It is. Deek hasn't heard from his friend for a while now. As the item you wove in the loom has an enchantment that might be useful, Deek thought you could test it whilst checking on Tobbs.
I understand. Leave it to me, Deke. I'll find Tobbs for you.
Oh, thank you. Please let Deek know what you learn about Deek's old friend.
Rookwoods don't go down easy.
Мне кажется, то, что меня заставляет ждать перед выполнением сюжетных заданий, это в прямом смысле...
One less poacher in the Wizarding World. Revelio. This must be Tob's cave. I suppose I should head inside. Revelio.
Блин, вас что-то попал. Так вот, ресничка попадет в глаз, и все, и мучаешься потом. Так, а что здесь найти пищу? Нашел пищу.
Incendio! Tob's master is awful. Tobbs? Tobbs? Deke sent me. Are you in here?
А вот так вот не хочешь? Да, вы тут...
Incendio! Levioso! Accio! Incendio! Confringo!
Странно, что заклинание выбивания палочки еще и выбивает жизнь. О.
It looks as if Tobbs was here some time ago. He must have headed deeper into the cave. Confringo! Incendio!
Странно, задание вроде как для 20 уровня, но враги 27-го.
Incendio! Confringo! Incendio!
А здесь колдовать нельзя.
Levioso! Incendio!
Смотри. Бам! Жопу тебя поджарить, да, слушай?
That didn't sound particularly reassuring. Incendio!
29-й! Нихера себе! О, ребята! Мне хана. Пора тут всех вызывать, достался уже. Причем я на этого говнаря не могу использовать. Это было сложно. Мне должны сразу дать 3 уровня. Я, кстати, не знаю, сколько мне дали.
Oh no. I have a feeling that house elf is Tobbs. Poor Tobbs. Left here alone with the spiders.
Как его только не сожрали. О, денежки.
Revelio. Revelio. Ha.
Я могу это карту открыть и телепортнуться? Да, спасибо, бля. Прям
That table looks familiar. Seems I'm back at the entrance to the cave. I'm back from the cave, Deke.
Wonderful. Deke hopes you gave Deke's best to Tobbs.
I'm sorry to tell you this, Deke, but Tobbs is gone. It seems he was unable to avoid the spiders in the end.
Oh my. Deke was afraid of this, alone in that cave for so long. Oh, poor Tobbs. Deke and Tobbs once shared the same master. When he died, we were separated. Deke always wished Tobbs had been sent to Hogwarts too. Deke feels lucky to serve such kind witches and wizards like you. Deke will miss his friend dearly, and will raise a glass to him with a heavy heart.
I'm truly sorry about your friend, Deke.
Thank you. You are very kind. Deke could use some time alone to think, if that's all right.
Был 20-й, босс 29-го. Спасибо, игра. То есть я вот эту всю херню должен выполнять, что ли? Забери страницу. Ну давай. Так. Так, ага, вот.
So frustrating. You wanted to speak with me, Mother?
I had hoped to speak with you alone, Natsai.
Your message mentioned your concern about an unusual creature that was spotted in the woods near Hogsmeade. That could have been anything.
You know what it was, Natsai.
I am allowed to leave the castle. I am always careful, Mother.
Careful? Officer Singer disagrees. She sent me an owl telling me that you have been trying to collect evidence of some kind against dark wizards. She berated me for not keeping a closer eye on you. And she is right. I do not want you visiting Hogsmeade for the near future.
But Mother!
My little gazelle, you are well-intentioned, but you must not meddle in the affairs of dangerous people.
If someone had meddled in Matabeleland, Father would still be with us.
Или мама была бы
I
мертва.
must get to class. Perhaps your friend can get you to listen to reason.
So frustrating. She never listens to me.
She called you her little gazelle. Is that a term of endearment where you're from?
It is specific to me. I am the unusual creature in Hogsmeade she mentioned. Self-transfiguration is not taught at Hogwarts, so I am gently discouraged from practicing it. However, I am an animagus, and it is in my gazelle form that I have been able to wander the Highlands rather freely until now, much to my mother's chagrin. That is how I managed to spy on Rookwood and Harlow.
Интересно, а если ее убьют в форме газели, что тогда произойдет? То есть она обратно в человека вернется или так и останется в форме газели?
Are you born an animagus, or did you learn to become one?
Animagi are not born. The process is quite elaborate. It involves holding a mandrake leaf in one's mouth for an entire month, then placing the leaf in a crystal phial so that it is imbued with moonlight, then adding one of your own hairs. And that is just the beginning. Self-transfiguration is common among students at Wagadu, but Professor Weasley considers it much too dangerous to teach at Hogwarts.
Лучше бы объяснили, что такое анимагу. Что такое анимаг? Типа анимал-маг? Маг животных?
Can you choose what form your animagus will take?
Oh no. A person's animagus form is determined by their personality. My mother is convinced that my form is a gazelle because I adapt well to any situation. I believe it is because I can sense danger and keep my wits about me.
Газель может чувствовать опасность и оставаться хладнокровной?
How does it feel to transform into an animal?
Well, the first time it can be a bit unnerving. I felt a kind of searing pain and a strong double heartbeat. But it gets easier the more you do it. I no longer feel any pain, and I must say, I find a sense of comfort in the double heartbeat.
Зачем ты это делала, если
and I love
это
being
боль?
able to view the world from a different perspective.
Ну, это объясняет, да. Многие бы хотели, наверное, посмотреть мир глазами кошки, там, собаки.
Now the nickname makes sense. What an extraordinary ability to have.
Да,
It
согласен.
is. I love transforming, but Mother is less enthusiastic about
обратно не
it.
сможешь как-нибудь
She
превратиться.
says that no creature, especially one as rare as a gazelle, should be bounding about where poaching has become so
Согласен.
prevalent. She claims that she has foreseen tragedy befall me in my gazelle form. But she has used her sight to control me too many times. I no longer believe it.
She's concerned for your safety. It may be best for you to stay away from Hogsmeade for now.
That may be safe, but I do not believe that it would be best. Do you? You could have fled the moment you discovered that Rookwood, Harlow, and Randrock were after you, but you did not. I choose to act as you have. I must deal with Rookwood and Harlow, not hide from them. My mother cannot know where I am all the time. Thank you for being here during that rather awkward conversation.
Что, задание выполнено или нет? Я не пойму, я выполнил задание или нет? Что задание? Мне просто интересно, а куда она дальше пойдет? А, все. Игра сломалась. Ай, мать твою за ногу. Вот это проработка, да. AAA проект. Что вы хотите? AAA проект. Куда уж нам? Раз.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Ой. Так, пора продолжить. Снежочек. Стоп, я могу что-нибудь продать?
Thank you again for delivering those potions to Madame Lawing. Saved me a lot of time and trouble.
Что это такое?
A wise decision. Thank you.
Могли бы сделать, чтобы я мог сразу пачку покупать. Да.
A wise decision. Thank you.
Подожди. Ладно, так, что я могу продать? Так, тебя продать. Продать. Поставлю.
I hope to see you again. Farewell for now. Here you found a bit of treasure in the forest. It was never.
Кстати, а мне может это, я могу что-нибудь прокачать? По-моему, это было, да? Ах, темное искусство, да. Не, мне что-нибудь с атакой ключевые. Так, что это такое? Да? А что такое? Давай это. Это надо тоже. И что такое? Зелье варенье мы игнорируем. Не мы такие, жизнь такая.
Glad you came.
Hello, Serona. I received your owl. How are you?
Hello, my friend. Did you ever find Lodgog?
I did, thank you. We had a good conversation. He sends you his best.
Glad to hear it. I shan't ask for details of your little chat, and I'll refrain from telling you to be careful yet again. But I hope you will be, whatever your plans.
Of course. Your owl mentioned you're needing my help with something.
I do. I thought you might be just the person to do a favour for my friend Dorothy Sprottle in Upper Hogsfield.
I don't believe I've met Mrs. Sprottle.
She's lovely. Her late husband Aidan was a friend of my father's. In fact, I'd stay with Dot and Aidan the summers I waited tables here as a student. I've seen her a few times since Aidan passed, but the pub's been so busy lately, I've not been as attentive as I'd have liked. I wonder if you might pop in and see her. She may need some help collecting ingredients for her supply of Wiggenweld potion, and you could retrieve something of mine in the process. A box, full of old letters and such.
Why did Mr. and Mrs. Sprottle have your box of letters after all this time?
It's one of a few that I had when I was young. Dot found it when she was clearing out a closet. Can't imagine what's in there. Probably terribly theatrical. The ramblings of a teenage witch and her friends. You're welcome to take a peek inside, if you do find it. To be honest, I'd imagine it contains some lovely memories.
Why does Mrs. Sprottle keep a supply of Wiggenweld potion on hand?
Dot's a skilled potioneer. She's been supplying travelling vendors with Wiggenweld potion. An ordinary precaution that has, unfortunately, become a necessity, what with Ranrock's loyalists disrupting the trade routes.
I'll try to go and see her when I can.
It would mean the world to me, and to Dorothy. Aiden was bringing the box of letters to me when he was taken ill. Dot can tell you where he might have dropped it. You'll find the hamlet...
Over here.
This is a change of pace from our last outing.
Don't remind me. The thought of that tent still makes my blood boil. I've been thinking about those poor dragons in the fighting ring. The collars they were wearing, they appeared to be goblin silver. I think a collar is precisely what we found at that poacher camp. I've never known poachers to use anything like that before.
The dragon that attacked my carriage was wearing a collar, and Professor Fig was genuinely baffled by its behavior.
That attack always did strike me as a little strange, seemingly coming out of nowhere. Surely you aren't suggesting that the collars somehow control the poor creatures?
Exactly.
Merlin, I don't think the dragon we set free was wearing a collar, but we should check. And if we can find her, we can return her egg.
That's a good idea. We need to see this through.
I'll start looking into it right away. There was something else that I wanted to discuss with you. I didn't want to press it before. It seems I may have caused you more trouble with Victor Rookwood. Why is he after you?
If it's all right with you, I'd rather not say. At least not at the moment.
Understood. We all have our secrets. I shan't press for more details. In fact, I should probably be going. I'd like to track that dragon down as soon as I can. I'll let you know when I have news of her location.
Upper Hogsfield. Now, where to find Mrs. Sprottle?
Shane Bardolph thought dark magic was the answer. I reckon Rookwood's played a hand in his disappearance.
Hello, Mrs. Sprottle. Actually, Sirona Ryan asked if I'd come and see you.
Oh, dear Sirona, a gem. Has been for as long as I've known her.
She thought you might need help collecting ingredients for your Wiggenweld potion.
And she's correct. My darling Aiden used to collect hawklumps for me. Since he died, my supply has dwindled.
I'm sorry for your loss, Mrs. Sprottle.
Oh, thank you. Love of my life. A bit lost without him. If you wouldn't mind gathering some hawklumps for me, I'd be happy to compensate you for your time.
Believe it or not, I have some with me.
Oh, thank you. How wonderful. The travelling vendors will be thrilled to replenish their stock of Wiggenweld potion.
Sirona also mentioned that Mr. Sprottle was bringing her a box of letters when he fell ill.
Indeed he was. I'd almost forgotten. I stumbled upon it just before Aiden died. He was hoping to go through it with Sirona over a butterbeer or two. Those two were always like two bowtruckles in a branch. Aiden took ill when he was collecting hawklumps on his way to see her. He made it home, but I fear he dropped the box in the cavern. The cavern is in the hills just southwest of our hamlet. You can gather hawklumps and collect the box of letters there.
Sirona said she lived with you during the summers when she was at Hogwarts. What was she like?
Oh, goodness. Well, she was almost exactly like she is now. charming, good head on her shoulders, taking care of everyone. I can't tell you the fun we had when she and her friends would visit us during the year, all buzzing about, practicing charms. Talented group. Her friend Mirabelle was a genius in the garden. Learned it all from her muggle parents, if you can believe it.
Do you remember anything about the letters you put in the box?
Oh, of course. A few letters from some of her school friends. Some nice memories. I even included a letter Sirona had written to me when she was staying with us. Thought she might enjoy reading it. I know when I read writing from my youth, I'm always astonished at how much I've changed, and yet remain the same.
Thank you, Mrs. Spruttle.
Thank you. I'll be here if you are able to collect those hawk lumps. I, and the vendors I help, would greatly appreciate it.
Okay.
Leviosa. This must be the cabin.
Сучонка.
It isn't. Good.
Confringo.
The ministry ought to relax.
No.
Is that goblin helm?
По щам. Исчезни, курица. Бам, 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 бам.
That's just pissed.
Ricky, little cape flapper.
Coward.
That's fine.
Expulso.
Confringo. Revelio. Gave the hawk lumps to Mrs. Spruttle, but I still need to visit the cave to find Sirona's box. Better have a look around. See about the hawk lumps and the box of letters. That's all the hawk lumps for now. Mrs. Spruttle should be pleased.
Ah!
Incendio! Revelio!
Я готов сносить, просто истреблять. Куда я иду? Крыс. Что-то интересно.
Either I'll have to fight that troll.
Да вы достали! Какого хера я выполняю заклинания, ой, задания, в которых задание, мать твою. О, как мне. Получил по щам. О. Его даже эта магия не сносит. От сучёныш. Ой, как достало. Выполняешь задание для 20 уровня, враг 29. Они серьезно думают, что это интересно?
That's all the Hawklums for now. Mrs. Sprottle should be pleased. Either I'll have to fight that troll or avoid it altogether.
А почему? Почему меня... Да, пиздусь стараться. Нахер мне это? Я оттуда выйти не могу. Улёба, бля. Вот, а что в этом интересного, а? Не, я понимаю, что там типа надо драться с ним снаружи. Ну а какой смысл? У меня 29 уровень. Я не могу с таким высоким уровнем драться с таким низким уровнем. Еще надо было, кстати, жизни бы так, чтобы... О! Почему? Блин, эти автозакрывающиеся двери мне уже, честно говоря, в печенках. Какого хера ты закрываешься? Тебя кто-то закрываться просит? Ну, наконец-то. Можно было, кстати, вот сюда убежать. Да, блин. Я не понимаю, зачем в современных играх делают настолько жирных врагов? Для чего? Ну вот, ну, удовольствие, что ли, кто-то делает? Класс! Да что ли? Ничего больше нет. Пошли дальше. Уровень получу. Ну так, чисто ради интереса.
This must be Serena's box of letters.
Так, я что-то еще пропустил.
should take this box of letters to Sirona. She'll be glad to have it back. I think that's everything. Sirona will be glad to have this back. Oh, here's a pleasant surprise.
Hello. Mind you, don't turn quick. If you're stuck with a Dorical feather...
Что это за это? За место? Где я вообще?
Hello.
Oh, welcome to Brood and Peck. I'm Ellie Peck. And before you ask, I'm out of a Braxton hair. The lot of it was bought up by a trader in Ottery St. Catchpole. Made me take it in person, they did. No care that I had to shut the shop. Apparently had a bad experience with someone shipping them hair from a Wampus cat. Must have been someone from America, no doubt, because we don't even have them here. Anyway, what are you here for? Mooncar fur? Derical feathers? Always have trouble collecting them myself as the bird keeps disappearing. Cheeky thing. Used to carry them in the shop, Dericals. But people kept asking for their money back when they'd get home and the blasted things would be nowhere in sight.
Seems like a poor choice of inventory. Surely that's obvious.
You don't mind sharing your opinions, do you? Despite the fact that we are a wizarding village, doesn't mean these things appear by magic. Takes a lot to round up these feathers. Don't get me started on thwoppers. Most of the suppliers of thwopper feathers may as well be living in St. Mungo's.
Perhaps it was your dealings with Fwoopers that led to the precarious idea of stocking Diricals.
Oh, you are well and cheeky, aren't you? Don't worry, I don't mind. Never had a still tongue in my head either. And I'll have you know that it's my highest priority to ensure that all beasts are safe and well cared for. Right thing to do and good for business. Anyway, perhaps you should have a look around. Stocks change all the time, and not just because they disappear. Always best to pop in whenever you can to get things before they run out. Which they used to literally do.
Что ты хрюкаешь?
Thank you, I will.
Take all the time you need. And thank you for stopping by. A treat to have you here.
What do you have for sale?
Now, what sorts of beast byproducts might you be looking to acquire?
Вы что, серьезно?
You know where to find me.
Классно, животные, то есть я продаю за 120, а то, что с него можно получить, 250 стоит. 150. Блять, как в этой игре ценники раздавали, а? Вот мне интересно, разработчик такой, так, целое животное, которое дает этот товар, будет стоить 120, а вот его мех 150. Серьезно? Не, ну реально, я просто не понимаю логику разработчиков. Сделать все, что ли, чтобы в вашей игре...
Thank you again for delivering those potions to Madame Lawing. Saved me a lot of time and trouble. A wise decision.
Много неправильных решений. Это вот из-за того, что в игровой индустрии нету преемственности, никто не учит, как правильно делать игры. Вот покупка по нажатию кнопки, точнее по зажатию кнопки, это самое тупое, что можно придумать. Если бы учили это, преподавали, люди бы такой ошибки не делали. Ну, потому что серьезно, то есть вот, ну что это такое вот? Особенно, когда тебе надо много предметов купить.
I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
Hello, Serona. I have good news. I was able to provide your friend Mrs. Spottle with some horn clumps for her Wiggenweld potion, and I found your box of letters.
Oh, thank you. I knew you were the one to ask.
I wondered about some of the letters in the box.
Of course. It appears most of the letters were from fellow students.
I saw a letter from someone named Mirabelle. Is that Professor Garlick?
It is. Still one of my dearest friends. I know she wouldn't mind you having seen that letter. She and I are of a similar mind, especially when it comes to young people. We believe experience to be an invaluable teacher. To borrow a phrase from Mirabelle, it's a joy to see anyone blossom, but particularly one who doubted they ever would.
I spotted a letter from you to Mrs. Spottle. You two seem to have a lot of fun together.
We do. She taught me so much during my summers with her and Aidan. I shall be the first to admit that adolescents aren't always the easiest to understand. And not everyone was as kind to me as the Sprottles. But the depth of their kindness, and that of so many of my friends, got me through... well, got me through some challenging times, to put it mildly.
One of the letters mentioned Quidditch practice. Did you play?
I did. Was the Ravenclaw Seeker for 3 years. Oh, Merlin's beard. I adore Quidditch. Nothing like the feeling of catching the golden snitch when your team's down by 140 points. I'll never forgive Professor Black for cancelling it this year. I missed cheering for Ravenclaw. We could have cheered them on together.
I'm glad I could be of help. Mrs. Sprottle sends her best.
Don't know what I'd have done without her and Aidan. Thank you, again, for helping her. And for returning this box of letters. It's nice to reflect on good memories.
Well. Вообще мне должны были в убийство тролля 29-го дать уровень, но зачем? Ты чё? Задания у меня что, другие задания, что ли, мать твою, нет, а? Мы вроде ничего не будем. Ну ладно, давай.
Pardon me, sir. But about those curious demiguise statues I've seen.
What? Who are you? Why do you ask?
They're causing Mr. Moon terrible distress.
Ha! Good. That was the idea.
So you did create them?
Yes, I did. It was a ploy to give that pathetic oaf Moon a taste of the grief he caused me years ago. You are the one who's been pilfering them.
I am, at the request of Mr. Moon. I received your owl. On your stationery.
Ah. Well, fitting Moon would enlist a student. Too cowardly to do it himself. Hasn't changed a bit. Even when we were at school, he was a cowardly bully. Gave me a horrible nickname, which I shan't repeat. I was thrilled when we left school and he seemed gone for good. Then I started seeing him around Hogsmeade. It was too much. Even if I do take satisfaction in that his life's destiny was to be a lowly caretaker.
Mr. Moon does a good deal for the school, and he's taught me a lot. He's terrified of those statues.
I know. You should have seen his face when that boggart appeared. Oh, priceless. That's when I knew what I needed to do. I simply didn't want to encounter him anymore. So, I shrewdly put a boggart in his path to learn his greatest fear. I then created the demiguise statues to keep him in his place, so to speak. The Moons were an inspired play on his name. It worked brilliantly, until you started clearing them out.
The statues are a form of bullying. You'll know better than him. Perhaps it's time you both moved on.
Fair point, I suppose. If they've terrified him, as you say, he may have learned his lesson.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Mr. Moon, I've learned who's behind the demiguise statues. It was a classmate of yours that you bullied, Piers Pemberton.
Oh, I might have known. Pigtails Piers.
I don't think he likes being called that.
Of course he does. Oh, we had such flowing locks, and we used to laugh about them. I laughed the hardest of all. Clever, clever man. I'd no idea he was so devious. I must go and congratulate him. Whatever statues remain seem less terrifying now that I know they were put out by old pigtails. Continue collecting them if you like. As for me, I'm going to go and pay a visit to my old friend.
So this is the underground harbor.
Revelio. Revelio.
Book Professor Weasley asked me to find.
Looking for the book Intermediate Transfiguration.
Revelio.
Professor Weasley asked me to, get something from that book. May I have it?
Did she now? I'll give you this book if you humor me by answering a few questions from my quiz.
Quiz?
Some people call bits of knowledge trivia. I would argue that no knowledge is trivial. Hence, I have created a small quiz, just for fun, focusing mainly on the lore of the wizarding world. None of the other students will try it, no matter how many times I ask. They all say they have enough with schoolwork. Ugh, they don't value knowledge the way I do. Surely you're interested. I'll even start you off with a few of my easiest questions.
If that's the only way I can convince you to give me that book, then let's get it over with.
Splendid! Just a few questions, and then I'll hand over this book.
Let
us begin.
Before
the invention of the golden snitch, which magical creature was used in a game of Quidditch?
The golden snidget.
Correct! The snidget was first introduced to Quidditch in 1269 by a wizard named Barbarous Bragg. Sadly, they're thought to be extinct. Next question. Which potion is commonly referred to as liquid luck?
Я не знаю. Давай.
Felix Felicis.
Well done. Since it makes the drinker temporarily lucky, Felix Felicis is a banned substance in all organized competitions. The tale of the three brothers involves which magical artifacts?
Дары смерти.
The Deathly Hallows.
Correct. A According to Beadle the Bard, the Deathly Hallows consist of the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. Which ball in Quidditch is the largest?
Да я откуда знаю?
The snitch. I'm sorry, but the correct answer was the quaffle. When a chaser throws the quaffle through one of 3 hoops in a Quidditch match, their team is awarded 10 points. True or false? Polyjuice Potion allows the drinker to change species. True. Actually, the answer was false. While Polyjuice Potion can be used to change things such as age or race, it cannot be used to change species. Well, I suppose
А
this has
как-то
gone
она
on
же в
long
кошку
enough.
Гермиону
I'll put
превратила.
the book back on the pedestal now. If you're inclined to test your knowledge again, I have plenty more questions I could ask you.
Не
And I
интересно
won't be
книга,
giving
давай.
you any more easy questions either. The next ones will be more difficult. I don't have time for a quiz at the moment. Let me know if you change your mind.
Книгу-то дашь мне, нет?
I put the book back on the pedestal for you. Revelio ought to make quick work of this. Professor Weasley's tasks are complete. I should attend Transfiguration.
Не угадал. Я в то же помещение переместился, в котором был. Ну, давай, быстрей. Так, ладно, еще пару заданий. И пойдем на отдых. Так, а что я вообще должен делать-то?
You have a new spell to teach me, Professor?
Yes, the transformation spell. But first, I'd like you to carry out a couple of tasks which will help you to complete your field guide. Attend my transfiguration class once you've done them, and we can begin the lesson.
Вот это еще одно очередное затягивание игры.
We've agreed to let bygones be bygones. Don't forget to say hello the next time you're in.
Settle down. Settle down. Transfiguration, as you may be weary of hearing me say, is an exact science that can take a lifetime to master. But we needn't be daunted. Almost anything can be transformed if you can just perceive the potential within it. As I see in all of you, tremendous witches and wizards, every one of you. Or it could just be my eyesight. Now, you all know what to do.
Во-первых, зачем мне это? Во-вторых,
You wanted to discuss my progress so far this term, Professor.
I did. You seem to have had no trouble in getting up to speed. And frankly, excelling in your schoolwork this year.
Thank you, Professor. The extra assignments have been helpful.
As I suspected they would be. Now, it seems you've been making good use of the opportunities presented by your field guide. Of course, the guide isn't the only measure of success. I've heard that you can brew an impressive Edurus potion. Hopefully, you won't need it anytime soon, but it is a valuable potion to have when it is needed.
Thank you, Professor.
I will say I'm especially impressed with all you've accomplished in light of the rumors of your extracurricular activities. Was your extended conversation with Mr. Ollivander after you'd obtained your wand, or subsequent search of the owlery, connected in any way to Professor Fig?
Not at all. I enjoy talking to Mr. Ollivander. I'm fascinated by wand lore, and I'd never visited the owlery. Bit of a mess.
I see. I admire your penchant for learning, but do remember that your classwork and field guide are designed to educate you thoroughly. It'll be the end of the year in no time, and you'll want to be well prepared for your OWLs. I'll provide a final assessment at that time to ensure that you're ready for your exams. Until then, well done. You are dismissed.
Since our visit to Feldcroft, something dawned on me about the triptych. Meet me at the Overlook, just north of the Forbidden Forest, and I'll explain.
My plan with the helmet failed, but I have another idea. I think we may be able to find what we need at a goblin mine south of Hogwarts. Meet me there, and bring someone who speaks gobbledygook.
I remember remember our maid mentioning something about gobbledygook.
Alohomora.
Я давно это заметил. Хотел сюда попасть. А это, наверное, комната Дамблдор. Ну, точнее, здесь-то другой преподаватель сейчас.
Revelio.
Давай, забирай. Почему я не могу этот листочек забрать? Ну, ладно. Фиг с ним. Ляпа, да. Видно, как-то лестницу надо
Revelio.
ходить.
Alohomora.
Я думал, второй уровень отличается, но оказывается, это только там отличается. Только там и отличалось. К сожалению.
Revelio.
Не-не-не. Подумал, что он директора бы сказал.
Revelio.
Я сейчас подумала о Souls Eater, было бы прикольно там побегать, в школе тоже позаниматься. Как это... Да блин, как это письмо-то забрать, а? Ну, единственное светится, я его не могу забрать. Что это за книга? А могли бы как пасхалку сделать это. Здесь был Дамблдор. А ты кто такой? Стой. И еще Анни Тандер, Сарамба.
Alohomora.
Ой, здесь другие. Угу. Красиво. Действительно красиво. Где он спит? Что за ключ доступа?
Revelio.
Я нашел ключ доступа, но от чего? Так. Вот можно было бы, как в этом Resident Evil или Demon Souls, брать вещи, крутить ее, вертеть. Почему это не сделано? AAA, между прочим. Вот странно, я говорю, хорошие решения никто не принимает. Дерьмо, конечно, все принимают. Типа доната там. DLC платных. А вот хороших идей не, зачем? Тут можно было бы еще второй этаж сделать. Так. Куда мы теперь полетим? Это кто? Ой, ну пошли к Себастину.
Anne is getting worse. If there is any chance that the relic from Slytherin's spellbook can help her, I must find it. I'm requesting your help. Meet me outside of Feldcroft, near the catacomb.
Где чё? Где еще?
I have some promising news about the location of our Hebridean dragon friend and where to return her you know what. Meet me in the town circle in Hogsmeade.
If only I could get my hands on things.
I thought my owl might pique your interest.
I came as soon as I could.
I'd been so distracted by the scriptorium and Slytherin's book that I'd almost forgotten what it was that struck me about that triptych. This is the view painted on the canvas that was left on it.
That's incredible. You know this area well.
And while I was waiting for you, I scouted around and discovered an abandoned mine nearby, surrounded by Ranrock's loyalists.
Do you think there's a connection to the triptych?
I've no idea, but perhaps they're searching it, the way they did Rookwood Castle and Isidora's Manor. How do we want to handle this?
We need to see what they're doing. I say we take them head on. Let's bury some enemies.
Very well.
And I still have that rune symbol we found on the triptych. If there is a connection, I suspect we'll see that symbol again.
After you.
Пошли убивать.
There they are, up ahead.
I'll let you lead.
Any who oppose.
No one enters this mine. Kill anyone who
Давай, раз, два, три, давай сюда. Наковальни. А, это
Easily digested.
А почему? А почему он это сразу защиту сделал?
You won't stop me.
We'll return.
I will not be made a fool of. Are you sure you're not a muggle?
Revelio.
All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work.
Revelio.
Oh.
This is going well.
Revelio. We make a good team.
We do at that.
Once again, we could fight our way through, or be discreet.
You know which one I'd
Perhaps we can
choose.
find an alternate route up ahead.
Sneaking around has its appeal. Quick progress.
Пошли убьем всех там просто. Бам! Бам! Бам!
Someone there?
You won't get away with that. I shall avenge you.
Let's get it.
You won't.
Nice try.
Бам!
I won't rest.
Да. Что, еще кто-то жив? Кто мне заплатит? Кто мне заплатит?
And the fun is over.
Fun is a relative term.
It is. And that was relatively fun.
Пошли.
I should tell you. Rumor is this mine was closed long ago due to an infestation of spiders.
Ему хочется запретную магию.
For better or for worse, we're in.
По башке!
This mine looks like a tomb.
It was closed after accidents were reported.
Revelio.
Oh, I see why.
Confringo.
Могла бы зацепиться.
Incendio. Confringo. Revelio.
Вау!
see any goblins in these webs.
Too disgusting for even a spider to prey on.
Ба! Я надеялся, что вы там подорвете. Дай-ка мне твою топор. А что, все что ли? А да, я 30-й. Почему у всех такой высокий уровень, а? А у меня такой маленький.
How many Ranrock's loyalists are in here?
Too many. They definitely think there's something here they want.
Revelio.
Ладно.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
It's no wonder spiders give people goosebumps.
Could be the hairy legs, or the soulless eyes, or the venomous fangs, or any number of endearing qualities, really.
Incendio. Revelio. Incendio.
Revelio.
А куда ящики сейчас?
Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Confringo.
Ну ладно, фиг.
Revelio.
Так. Хорошо мост не разнес. Было забавно, если бы я этот мост снес. Такой бах, и заклинанием, и вниз провалился. Ти-ти-ти-ти-ти.
Smashing.
Thought to conjure stairs.
Confringo. Revelio. Confringo.
That brig has seen better days.
Reparo. Revelio.
Да мы вас уже... Ну я вас переубивал уже, прям мама не горит. Получил почти.
We've rid the world of another spider. I shall sleep better tonight.
Revelio.
We're making quick work of them.
Professor Hecat would be proud.
She would at that. Ranrock's loyalists fought declared war.
Кто-то из пауков хочет, чтобы я его поджарил. Чувака это описал.
We've still not seen a single rune symbol.
I think we're going to be a bit distracted from runes for a moment.
An unwelcome.
We have another fight on our hands.
What?
Так.
Incendio!
Get away! Ranrock will lead us to victory!
Incendio!
You had a lucky shot! No! I will make you pay. Miss me! I won't rest until... Let's get this over with.
We're not finished yet.
О,
It's almost
что-то все друг друга валяют. А знаешь, что я сейчас сделаю? Я сейчас вот так вот сделаю. О, мало Когда я хочу вниз. Вот. Робля. Ага, вот этим я смогу. Пора тебе прям вот так вот из духа. О!
certainly cleared the room.
You're not a bad chap for a Slytherin.
For a Ravenclaw, you certainly have a lot to learn. Wasn't expecting that.
Revelio.
Confringo!
Ладно, неудобно. Мне было бы проще выделить несколько и удалить их.
Wingardium Leviosa! Incendio! Confringo!
What do you have there?
A journal entry by Isadora. Another.
Hopefully it will help us unravel more of this mystery.
Revelio!
Sebastian, I think I found something. A canvas piece.
Brilliant. Our efforts weren't in vain after all. Still, something about this place feels odd.
Revelio!
If the triptych led us here to find this bit of canvas, we can probably assume that Isadora Morganach was here.
She seems to have been everywhere.
But if she was using the Undercroft and the cellar beneath her manor in Feldcroft, why would she create this space?
And why hide it behind cryptic rune symbols? And ancient magic that no one but you could see?
Isadora and Percival Rackham, another of the Keepers, could see traces of ancient magic too.
Rackham? I haven't heard his name before.
His are some of the memories I've seen. I don't think he and Isadora saw eye to eye on how this magic should be used.
This is all rather baffling. Let's take the canvas back to the triptych. Perhaps the answers are there. This place is odd, to be sure. But I'm fascinated by it. Now, for the trek back out of here and to Hogwarts.
Unless we can find another passageway to the Undercroft. Let's have a look around.
And now for the moment of truth.
It has to fit. Please tell me you recognize the location in this bit of canvas.
The good news is I do, in fact.
And the bad news?
We're in for more trouble. I know that coast. Ranrock has taken over a huge mine in the surrounding area. Marenweem has suffered for it. It's as bad as Feldcroft's become. Should we head there now?
We should wait.
Why?
All this time, we've been a step behind Ranrock. I may know someone who could help us get ahead.
Who is that?
Someone who knows Ranrock personally. They asked me not to mention their name to anyone.
A goblin? Tell me I'm wrong. You know goblins cursed my sister to shut her up. Said she should be seen and not heard.
I do, but not all goblins.
Not all goblins what? Have you forgotten, Feldcroft? Have you forgotten the mine we just went through?
No, Sebastian, I haven't. You're not listening to me.
Why would I listen to someone so ignorant?
Perhaps your uncle was right about you. You don't know when to stop.
Oh, I do know when to stop. Unbelievable.
Какие все агрессивные и вспыльчивые. Вам там ромашки попить, пустырника.
Spare a moment. Deke has an idea to share with you.
А это что такое? И чё? Что это? А, это, наверное, я сюда могу лягушечек выкинуть. Или морских каких-то животных.
When you have a moment, please come and talk to Deke.
Nothing to identify.
Ужас какой-то. Что я могу сделать? О. А я изменю? А, поменял, да? а? Так, чё,
Like to speak
пошли,
with
что
you when you have a moment.
Hello, Deke. You wanted to talk to me?
Indeed. Deek thought you might want to learn how to build a breeding pen so that you can breed beasts.
I don't know, Deke. Sounds a lot of work. Can't I just carry on rescuing beasts?
Rescuing and breeding beasts go hand in hand. Young beasts are particularly vulnerable to poachers. Breeding beasts here in the room will allow us to keep the younger ones safe.
I see. And what do I need to do?
First, bring a pair of beasts to the room. One male, one female. Deek suggests rescuing thestrals, as they're at great risk from poachers. Noble creatures, but their relationship with death gives them a bad reputation. They're prized by poachers for their tail hairs.
I've seen thestrals before, but where would I find a pair of them nearby?
Deek has seen some wild thestrals not too far from the Hogwarts grounds. Then you'll need to purchase a spellcraft for the pen from Tomes and Scrolls and gather the materials it requires. Once you've rescued the thestrals and you have the spellcraft, you come and find Deek.
А я не это хотел, я хочу другое задание-то выполнить. Вот это я хочу. Та-та-та.
The most I've ever been able to conjure was a single quill.
Hello there.
Hello, Amit. Do I recall you saying that you speak gobbledygook?
I did. I do. Speak it. Is this to do with the goblin I saw you with in Hogsmeade?
It is. His name is Lodgok. We could use your help with something. He's waiting for me near a goblin mine. Would you be willing to help?
Of course. How exciting. Well, might this be dangerous?
I think he simply wants to show me something that involves gobbledygook. If it helps, he's a friend of Sirona's.
Good to hear. Good to hear. If Sirona trusts him, then I feel much better.
You said you know gobbledygook, but how well?
I've been reading it for as long as I've been reading English. My parents have an extensive library. Once I grew bored with the classics, I devoured goblin writings. I'd tell you some titles, but you wouldn't understand them.
Ты так тонко сказала, что я дура?
Have you ever spoken directly to a goblin?
Unbelievably, no. I'm so looking forward to it. Actually conversing in gobbledygook with a native speaker. Cannot wait to confirm subtle bits of pronunciation and tone that may have eluded me, being self-taught and all.
Lodgok is waiting. Shall we go?
Of course. I just want to check the pronunciation of a couple of key terms first. So I will meet you there.
А я смогу
I know
это
what that
делать?
means. Merlin trial.
А куда вот эту штуку или еще мне с ней надо сделать?
Revelio.
Да.
I should investigate. Merlin himself would be proud. Revelio.
Как мне ее забрать? Ой, пардоньте.
Revelio.
Привет, хрен ржовый.
A friend who speaks gobbledygook is meeting us. Before he arrives, perhaps you could tell me why we're here.
Of course. Unfortunately, presenting Ranrock with the Helmet of Urtkot did not have the effect I'd hoped. Because he knew the details surrounding its plunder, he presumed I'd had help from a witch or wizard in retrieving it.
How else did he expect Goblinkind to get the helmet back? Seems he has no interest in making amends with you.
I'm afraid we do not have the luxury of rational expectation when it comes to Ranrock. Damn Bragbor and his blasted journals.
Bragbor?
An ancestor of Ranrock's, renowned metal worker. If we are to work together, I suppose I must tell you more. Not long ago, Ranrock sent me to collect a recently unearthed set of Bragbor's journals. They described repositories that Bragbor had been commissioned to build for a group of witches and wizards.
What do you mean, repositories?
Large, magically fortified receptacles crafted from goblin metal. Ranrock recruited others to help me locate the repositories. We were to search anywhere that was connected to 5 names mentioned in the journals: Rackham, Fitzgerald, Bakar, Morganach, and Rookwood.
Rookwood Castle.
That is where we began our search.
Why does Ranrock care so much about these repositories?
He cares about what they contain. For centuries, wizards have refused to share their magical knowledge with goblins. Your kind will not even let us carry wands. Thus, many goblins, myself included, have spent our lives mistrusting wizard kind. Ranrock was convinced that the repositories contained a magical power that wizards wanted to keep for themselves. He is determined to take it for goblin kind. But
Here comes my friend Amit. Probably best to continue our conversation later.
Greetings, Lord Cock. It is an honor, sir.
You speak gobbledygook.
Oh, Bacalio.
Enough. Please do not tell me that was meant to be gobbledygook.
Yes. Perhaps my pronunciation was a bit off. I imagine certain dialects differ?
Pronunciation is not the issue. I barely recognize that as language. I trust you can read gobbledygook
Я
better
на
than you
английском
can
также ужасно
speak
говорю.
it.
I can, Sir Lodgok.
Just Lodgok. Thankfully, we only need someone who can decipher written plans, since I cannot join you in the mine.
What written plans? And why can't you come with us?
We need some idea of what Ranrock knows or is plotting. I suspect a careless loyalist may have left plans behind. And I'm unable to join you because I cannot risk anyone reporting my presence to Ranrock. All you need to do is not be seen, either by the eye above the enchanted door or a loitering loyalist.
What else should we know about the enchanted door?
The door will not open while the eye can see you. You and your friend must be invisible to it to gain access. From what I know of wizard magic, that shouldn't be too difficult to achieve.
Я, честно говоря, не очень понимаю, почему они так недовольны тем, что им не дают палочками пользоваться, если нам только что вот афроамериканка говорила, что в их стране не пользуются палочками, и магия вообще не зависит от палочек. Так какая разница, разрешает вам палочкой пользоваться или нет? Палочка вообще рудимент какой-то ненужный, раз вы можете колдовать такие же заклинания и такой же мощности без палочки.
Amit and I can do this.
I will await your return. I shall see you soon.
I'm quite good at sneaking about. We'll see.
The door is looking at us.
Любопытная дверь.
Books so rarely prepare one for reality. A real goblin mine. It's even grander than I had expected.
А чё мне поразительного?
I cannot believe I met a goblin.
Let's just learn what we can and get out.
Look at this lift. Impressive workmanship for so simple a device.
Impressive workmanship aside, it's the only way forward.
Не успел.
Rebellion.
Still can't believe we're inside a real goblin mine. I've read about mines like this. Seeing one is something else altogether.
Keep your wits about you, Amit. I'll get you through this mine.
Someone stop! I'm afraid of heights! Childish! What's a human doing?
Дай-ка мне.
Yes, of course. That was a little more than I'm used to.
I'll get us through here safely, Amit. You have my word.
Чего?
Ringo.
I feel like a character from one of the adventure books I read during the summer holidays.
Let's take a look around, Elmeet. See if we can find any plans.
Bound to be a schematic. They're building something. I can't quite make it out. Curious. There must be more notes around here. What could they be building? If I'm translating this correctly, and I think that I am, they're building something rather large. But what? I will get to the bottom of what they've been building down here. Gobbledygook written in a goblin hand. The flourishes are extraordinary. Let me know if you see any more plans or schematics. We can't return to Lodgok empty-headed.
Да блин, чувак.
Revelio.
Let's get this over with. Rather unwise coming back this way.
Fringo.
Да блин, я не то сделал.
What's the point of it?
Is he? Not quite.
Oh.
unstoppable. Was that your best? You can't stop us.
Да блин, ты достал меня. Надо все убить первым. Почему он из моего заклятия вырывается? Ну да, конечно. Он просто из заклятия вырывается. Это так на богу. Давай, иди сюда.
This really is too much.
Stay close. I've handled much worse.
Another boiler. Another schematic. What are they going to build? This mine is too small for whatever it is.
Revelio.
Почему-то в присядке она не может стрелять.
Incendio. Confringo. Revelio. Revelio.
Так, я что-то не понял. Теперь понял.
Revelio.
Devil's snare. Nasty stuff if we're not careful.
Not to entangle into me right now.
Revelio. Incendio.
Little moon. Are you quite finished? Return me to the ground and punch. Let's get it.
Надеюсь, тебе это понравилось. Ну, блядь, как ты меня затрахиваешь, а? Да, блядь, затрахал ты. О, он просто из заклинания уходит. Ну это ж неинтересно. Одни и те же враги с одними те. Давай вот этим.
That should be the last of them, I'll meet.
Чё не вижу?
Revelio. Revelio.
I'll be quiet.
Incendio.
This is not good. They're building enormous drills, bigger than this mine could contain.
Let's get out of here and tell Lodgok what we found. Revelio.
I need a moment to catch my breath. This was more than I bargained for.
I'm glad you came with me, Amit. Now that we know what they're up to, we can get out of here. Revelio.
Alohomora. Rebellion.
Over here!
We're almost out of here, Amit. Look, the lift.
A welcome sight indeed.
Чувак, честно говоря, вообще ничего и не сделал. Если бы я его не взял, я бы дошел до конца и также бы увидел этот рисунок и понял, что он не строит. Но для чего они строят?
Can we please?
That wasn't so bad, was it?
It was. It really was. I'm afraid I've had enough adventure for one day. For a lifetime, perhaps.
Thank you, Amit. I couldn't have done it without you.
Да, конечно.
Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a word with Lord Cock.
Understood? I'll leave you to it. Your goblin secrets are safe with me, but I get to write the book about this escapade someday. Without further ado, adieu.
They're building enormous drills. We found their plans. Ranrock must be searching for the repositories.
I fear you are correct. Other than Rookwood Castle, however, I do not know where else he plans to search.
I've been wondering about something else you said before we entered the mine.
Yes?
If you share Ranrock's views, then why are you helping me?
I expected Rookwood Castle to be deserted when I arrived to begin my search. So was surprised to find a witch there who had set up a sort of improvised research site. She was studying something so intently that she almost didn't notice me. When she looked up, I thought she would react with fear or disdain. But instead she did something that I will never forget. Without a moment's hesitation, she smiled and asked me to sit with her. She told me that she was a researcher and showed me a small, oddly shaped container with a strange symbol on it. She was certain it was made of goblin metal, but was unable to open it. She wanted to work together.
Miriam.
Yes. But how did you...
Professor Fig's wife. He told me of her research, and I know of the container.
Ah. The reverence with which she talked of goblins and their intelligence and skill, it caught me entirely off guard. I'd never been treated with such respect by a witch or wizard. So, to my surprise, I let her study the container if she would allow me to search the castle on my own. We parted ways, with her promising to share what she'd learned. More of Ranrock's recruits arrived, and we began to dig, eventually locating the first repository. Ranrock was thrilled with our discovery, but furious when I told him about Miriam. Berated me for trusting a witch when I heard she'd been killed.
You think Ranrock murdered her?
I don't want to believe it, but I don't know. After that, something shifted in me. I had seen how the power from the repositories was transforming Ranrock, transforming all of them. I could no longer remain a part of it.
Thank you, Lord Gog, for telling me this.
I tell you all of this so that you understand what is at stake. Ranrock never found all of Bragbor's journals, but the ones he did find suggest that Bragbor at some point built a repository far greater in size than the one beneath Rookwood Castle. What you've discovered here today worries me deeply. If Ranrock learns of the location of that repository, I fear we shall be destined for a great war. I will find out what Ranrock knows. Watch for my owl.
Let's see what's up your sleeve this time, Merlin. I hope Professor Fitz...
I believe my next broom upgrade to be even more impressive than the last. Come by Spintwitches as soon as you can.
Ha! Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo. Confringo! 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 That's that. Settled.
Welcome back.
Hello, Professor. I have news. The goblins are looking for something. Another repository. They've built drills to help with their search.
Most troubling.
Are these repositories like the broken container I found at Rookwood Castle?
They are. I fear we have no time to lose. Have a look at the map. Fortunately, the next trial is fairly nearby.
It's Hogwarts.
As you know, I was headmistress in my time. My portrait hangs in the headmaster's office. In fact, I witnessed Professor Black learn of your arrival. And I'll confess that I wondered about you.
Wait, is the next trial in the headmaster's office?
It is. I had hoped that when the time came, the occupant of that office would be of help to us. Unfortunately, this headmaster seems wildly unconcerned with anything but himself. You'll need to access the office while he's away.
I understand. Very well. We'll find some way to get in.
Good. I shall meet you in my portrait there. Until then.
So Fig will know what to do.
Как все интересно-то развивается.
The pink Smedleys will always look up.
Hello, Grace. What are you doing here?
Nice to see you. Thank you again for your help at the lake. I've become quite good at Summoner's Court, and I'm waiting for my next opponent. I suppose that's you.
I suppose so.
Shall we begin?
I'm game.
Well, let's see what you're made of.
О, давай ты первый, я хоть посмотрю.
Accio. That's the way to do it.
О.
That wasn't what I wanted to see.
Ты хороша, хороша.
That's the way to do it.
Ну, я тебя буду гадить. Блин, сам себе нагадил. Да. Прелати! Ага.
That's the way to do it.
Лучший из лучших, best of the
What a
best.
remarkable shot. Well, it appears I've been bested.
Да я просто как щенка тебя сделал. Учись играть, детка. Но тут, кто первый ходит, тот не выгодно положение находится.
Diving, Summoner's Court. Seems there's nothing you can't do.
You played a good game though, Grace.
I did play rather well, didn't I? Only one student has ever beaten me. She's very good. But if you play the way you did against me, you might stand a chance.
Так, о чем мне надоело-то? Зачем мне с профессором говорить? Я и так знаю, как попасть туда, в кабинет. Я уж там был.
I could test you. Oh, that would be incredible. If you're sure.
Simply because I brought one of her scarves to
Revelio.
Oh, no.
Ну, близок был.
Professor Fig, the Keepers have shown me where the next trial is.
Has something changed?
Lodgok and I have learned that the goblins are searching for another repository, like the one we saw at Rookwood Castle. And I discovered that they're building massive drills to help in their search. Professor Fitzgerald seemed very concerned.
I see. Ranrock clearly knows even more than we suspected.
And sir, there's something else. Lodgok knew Miriam.
He knew Miriam?
They encountered each other at Rookwood Castle. She was doing research. That's where she found the container with the port key. He liked her so much that he let her leave with it, despite orders from Ranrock.
I don't know what to say. She could win over almost anyone. I want to hear more of this. And, in fact, I'd like to speak with Lodgok directly. But we've no time now. Where is the next trial?
Believe it or not, it's in the headmaster's office.
Incredible. Very well. You'll need the password to get past the stone gargoyle. The headmaster's house elf will know it.
I don't know the headmaster's house elf. Will he even speak to me? I imagine he's loyal to the headmaster.
He is. So you'll need a disguise. I have just the thing. A polyjuice potion. You'll look and sound like Professor Black.
Wait, doesn't polyjuice potion require a bit of the person you want to change into? And take ages to brew?
It does.
So how do you already have polyjuice potion to change into Professor Black?
One never knows when such a thing may come in handy. Let's just say I felt the need to be prepared for anything after my fruitless trip to the ministry on his behalf. Now, time is of the essence. Drink up and I shall explain more.
Нифига себе, бутыль. Такую бутыль убиться можно. Вот оборотное зелье.
How do you feel? Incredible. I won't forget that taste anytime soon. How do I sound?
Convincing. I've taken the liberty of transfiguring your robes. As we discussed, you'll need the password from Scrope, who could be anywhere in the castle. You might look for Professor Kagawa. She's taken to badgering the poor elf about Quidditch in the hopes that he can convince Black to change his mind. Thus far, unsuccessfully.
I see. But what if Professor Black sees me?
Leave him to me. I shall tell him where to meet a liaison from the ministry in Hogsmeade. That should give you plenty of time.
Thank you, Professor. I suppose we'll meet again in the map chamber.
It's rather strange to hear gratitude coming from Professor Black. I'll see you there.
Now to find the headmaster's house elf.
Жалость удалась. Он надменный и властный, поэтому я должен говорить надменно и властно.
Do you have a moment, Professor? Professor, I was hoping to catch you.
Places to be, Professor Sharp. Places to be.
Of course, sir. Only, you'd asked me about a particular potion, and I
did? I did, yes. Well, spit it out, Sharp. I don't have all day.
Probably best not to discuss it here, sir.
I assure you, Sharp, you may speak freely.
Very well. I've brewed the cure for boils you wanted. I can drop it by your office when it's convenient.
Of course, yes. No need for all the cloak and dagger. Simply have a student deliver it.
A student. Very well, sir, if you insist.
I do. And thank you, Sharp. I just hope you've brewed enough for all my boils.
Now, to determine which student gets this rather unenviable...
I wonder almost daily why I accepted this appointment from the ministry.
What could the headmaster want?
И тут свечи летают.
If you must speak with me, consult my secretaries or what have you. Now move along.
Professor Black.
You call that a shine on those boots? Do better.
Professor, a word?
Professor Black, again, it is not too late to reconsider your decision regarding Quidditch. We could still have trials and a somewhat shortened season. It would be better than none at all.
But the injury, Madam Kogawa.
Professor, more than one student has taken a bludger to the head on our pitch. I dare say it knocked some sense into them. And they are fine now.
Да вообще.
The fact that it happened to be a pure blood, well, that's no reason to...
What nonsense! That you would trivialize the health of a student over a silly game.
A silly game? You are quite impossible sometimes. Sir, I've a good mind to write to the Department of Magical Games and Sports at the Ministry about you.
Good idea. I can even provide the parchment should you need it. Now, where is my elf?
Parchment? Very well, I will, and with pleasure. And I spotted Scrope in the Great Hall. Seems to be avoiding me.
I wonder why. Good day, Madam Kogawa.
What did we do to deserve him as a head?
I haven't time for any of you at the moment. None. None at all. Move aside.
Oh no, it's the headmaster and he's coming this way.
Miss Broom, a word.
Oh, Professor, this is an interesting surprise. It's Bloom, by the way.
Remind me of your area of affinity, Broom. OWLs are swift approaching.
Charms, sir. Non-verbal spells. Might work on one that makes me disappear.
Well, keep at it, Broom. And before you know it, you'll be as invisible as that new fifth year seems to be.
They're not invisible, sir. I've seen them near the library. In fact, they help me with my, heavy books.
Speaking of invisible, where's my blasted house elf?
Something seems a little off with the headmaster.
When I witness what passes for magic in these halls, I...
Professor, I need to speak to you. Hello, Professor Black.
Ah, Professor Weasley. How delightful to see you.
Sir?
Since I have you here, I wonder if I might, speak with you about Professor Fig.
Oh, very well.
I've decided to give him a bit more, leeway with his time.
Leeway, Professor? Are you sure that's wise? I confess I do worry for his students. He's rarely here as it is.
Ah, well, yes. He's handling some official ministry business for me.
I see. But, sir, if I may, I am wary of how much time the new fifth year seems to be spending away from the castle, supposedly on Professor Fig's behalf. I've heard unsettling rumors of their escapades. Everything from sneaking into the Forbidden Forest to confronting Ranrock's loyalists and Rookwood's lot.
What? Goodness. You cannot believe everything you hear, Professor. No, you cannot. I mean, I shall keep an eye on Fig. You simply keep doing the wonderful job that you're doing. Simply wonderful.
Thank you. But I'm happy to look into...
Good. That'll be all, Weasley. I mean, Professor Weasley. Good day.
A wonderful job. Leeway for Professor Fig. I shall never understand.
That ought to give Professor Fig some breathing room.
Scrope's as hard a worker as any house elf.
Scrope!
Oh, greetings, Master.
Remind me of the password to my office.
Oh, but Master made Scrope swear never to tell anyone, even Master himself.
How dare you question me? I've a mind to give you a matching set of ears.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Scrope begs forgiveness. It is the Black family motto, Master.
Right. Of course.
Master does remember it.
of course I remember. It's the Black family reigns.
Is Master giving Scrope a test?
But certainly I remember. It's still stronger together, no?
Master has made Scrope laugh.
It's pure bloods forever, isn't it?
Close, Master. Scrope thinks Master is indeed testing Scrope. It is always pure. Obviously. And, of course, as Master knows, in French.
Ah, yes, of course. I order you to pronounce it for me.
Oh, but Master knows that Scrope's French is most pitiful. Oh, very well. Toujours pur.
Ha! Thank you. Never speak of this conversation with me or anyone else.
Of course, sir. Scrope shall try his best to keep out of Master's way.
The polyjuice potion's wearing off. I best get out of sight. Made it just in time. It's wearing off.
Fig was right. I can't believe it worked. Now, to speak the password to the gargoyle.
We should speak with Mr. Bickle's friends. I believe I can sneak away without drawing my mother's...
Revelio.
Meet me near Hogsmeade, and we will devise a plan.
Почему я не могу сесть и покушать, да? Интересно, а кто им готовит это все? Почему еду не доедаем, а? Интересно, сколько здесь платят за обучение? Ёптись-мопси, ну и жратвы есть, конечно. А я могу это подобрать?
Reparo.
I saw you fight that troll in the village.
Revelio.
Вот прикол будет, если какой-то из учеников будет быстрее бежать и упадет с этой лестницы. Странно, здесь открыто, а там не открыто. Мне кажется, я это открывал. Здесь я, по-моему, ни разу и не был.
Alohomora. Revelio.
столько хлама дают. Почему нельзя просто зеленые шнурки сразу уничтожать, а? Там хуже, да? А, в задницу.
Revelio. Alohomora.
Да.
Revelio. 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 Revelio.
Интересно, а типа в книге или еще где-нибудь вообще про это хоть слово есть? Или это чисто разработчики поугорали?
Revelio. The gargoyle. That's where I need to speak the password.
А я туда вообще-то мог залететь. А, я...
Pure. Lumos. Revelio.
Походу, письмо, которое не мог взять, это
I wonder
сюжетное
if all
письмо.
the elite wizarding families have a motto.
It's good to see you.
All thanks to Professor Fig's quick thinking. Now what?
Approach the pedestal in the antechamber and read the book that appears.
What can I expect to find in the book?
A story. I cannot say more. You may recognize some elements of it, as I was inspired by a tale with which many wizarding children are familiar.
I suspect there will be more to this than reading a book.
Your suspicions are correct. We shall speak when you are finished.
Has this been under the headmaster's nose all this time? Revelio.
Мне казалось, она вот здесь вот будет. Но я сильно ошибался.
Revelio.
Вот тут я... Игра порой просто вообще... Ага. Ну ладно, не могу, так не могу.
That must be the pedestal.
Ну, я засосала в книгу. Не помню, как сериал-то из 90-х.
Where am I? Professor Fitzgerald, can you hear me?
I am here. In this place, you may call me Neve. You shall be witness to a fable. Pay attention. Things are not always as they seem. You must move swiftly and cautiously. Use the tools you encounter to find me. The first you will need is a cloak. In this place, as in life, death takes
Ладно, на
many...
этом я пока остановлюсь. Я могу здесь сохраниться? Да, могу. На этом завершу.